Alrighty. Think we got everything situated now. All right. Let's go ahead and get this party started. Already been doing some hunting off stream just to get myself kind of situated with how it works. Took the time to get the shiny charm, which was a little tedious, but now that we have it, we're getting ourselves situated with it. As you can probably see, I've already been busy. Did a little bit this morning as well. Hello, Alpha Grandpa. Yeah, I went ahead and started it up this morning just because I don't really like interrupting stream for lunch breaks and whatnot, so I wanted to go ahead and get lunch out of the way and then figured I'd start streaming afterwards. Howdy, howdy. How's it going, Farah? Hope you're doing well. Oh, I forgot to up that last counter, so there we go. Go ahead and add that one there. Shiny hunting random stuff with no reason. In what manner? Like you're just kind of running around looking for any shiny that you can find, or you just picked a target at random? Just refreshing zones. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm gonna try and make my way to work on getting the whole dex in this game. Gonna try to make multiple videos out of it. I'm probably gonna do, I think what I want to do, which I'll hopefully get the first bit of it uploaded, is start documenting the process for doing the entire living dex with shorts, just to do like little bits and pieces of some of the shinies that I find as I progressively go along. But I do want to do some larger oversight videos, so trying to work on getting some of the more difficult targets out of the way, like Drampa here, just because its spawn is relegated to only the first like quarter of the day cycle for whatever reason. I don't really know, but that's how it works, so that's what I'm doing. I have officially found just about every other shiny in this area outside of the Cleffa and Clefairy, because those are only at night. And obviously I'm resetting back to the daytime each time to keep looking for Drampa. Getting pretty close to getting the all the Furfrou forms. Yep, I have... Oh. Ad break. We'll come back to that. All right, I think we're back. Yeah, I appreciate the offer. I'm probably gonna work on just trying to hunt everything myself. The only thing that I have realistically, in my terms, gotten a duplicate for is Kangaskhan. Got one extra Kangaskhan. I've gotten multiple extra Furfrou, but of course they have the different haircuts that you can get, so I'm collecting each of those. So of the 14 shinies that I have phased on so far, I have one Eevee. What is it? 7? Yeah, 7 Furfrou, Audino, Trubbish, a Fletchling, a Weedle, and 2 Kangaskhan. Yep, and they did us the liberty of allowing all of the haircut forms to be in this game. I know, I was very excited to get the Trubbish. I actually really like Trubbish's shiny. I think of the shinies I've gotten, it's probably my favorite one so far. I think it's a fun Pokemon. I'm personally a big fan of Gen 5, even though a lot of people hate on the designs, which obviously is, many other people will point out, is kind of ridiculous compared to a lot of the previous designs, even from Gen 1. Like, I feel like a sentient trash bag is more fun and unique than a sentient pile of sludge. It's just my opinion. Just as one example. But you know, it is what it is. It's interesting to think that a lot of the Gen 5 designs in their own ways are kind of like counterparts to a lot of the original Gen 1 designs. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I always appreciate people offering. I just like to hunt them myself, especially for the sake of content. I feel like, you know, if I traded a bunch of Pokemon to do it, there's really no story behind it, no progression or anything. It's not really entertaining. Yeah, totally understandable. I get it. If you have the correct setups to do the AFK stuff for this, then yeah, the value of shinies definitely, by that standard, it can be diminished for sure. Yeah. I'm not saying that you do, but I definitely know that there are plenty of people that are finding that out and are trying to get stuff set up for that because they just don't really care. Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, at some point, if I get more people that are stopping in, or I don't know, maybe is a potential incentive to get more people to stop into streams on occasion, I might start trying to give away some of the extra shinies or something. If I get a bunch of duplicates. But we'll see. That's probably a little ways down the line. Was certainly not an easy task to get the shiny charm in this game, though. Mostly because of the, battling a bunch of trainers on repeat mission. I just, like, immediately afterwards, I saw a short, YouTube short somebody had posted this morning that was like, oh, you can just go to one of the, one of those, restaurants where they do like the repetitive battling, and I think it's just one trainer because it's one of the like 1-stars that just sends out like 3 level 30 Pokemon, and you can just use Dragonite or Zygarde with E speed and just knock them out on repeat and pretty much just spam the A button. But I was like, I'm glad that I found that out after I already went through and battled a bunch of trainers. For a period of time, I tried to do the, I thought that it might be faster to do the side quest where you just battle, the one fairy type trainer over and over again, but then I came to the conclusion that I was like, yeah, I don't think this is actually faster, even though I don't have to run around and look for random trainers. Her having a full team of 6 Pokemon and them having at least 2 of them that use Protect, and then going through the dialogue and her Mega Evolution animation and all that, I was like, I think this is more time consuming, honestly. So I gave up on that pretty quick. I was mostly just annoyed because I was not anticipating that. I like got all the way down to the wire doing all the Pokedex missions, and then got to where the battle one was, I had like a couple of the catch certain types, and the battle one left, and I was on 14, which was to just beat 500 trainers, and I did the math and was like, this is not gonna, I'm gonna be 100 points short. That's ridiculous. It's like, oh, you gotta battle 1,000 trainers. Oh, great. Fun. Thanks for that. Like, I've been seeing all this clickbait of people online, you know, as they always do, complaining about the game and this and that and the other. I'm one of the people that's like defending, like, I like the battle system. I think it's fun and intuitive, but now you're making me do 1,000 battles. It's a lot less fun if you're making me just do it on repeat, because that's the only thing left to do. Yeah, I was the same way. It was definitely very over the top. But I think it's worth it in the long run, getting the shiny charm. Definitely the most impactful shiny charm out of any of them. Yeah, I know. It would definitely have been a lot better if there was a lot more, like... And granted, I think the side content has been great for what the game's worth. But yeah, I feel like if there was a lot more side content that, like, allowed you to do other things while continuing to do the battle system, would make it a lot better. But when it's like, this is the last thing that I have and I just want to get the shiny charm and this is the only thing that's barricading me, so I'm just gonna lock in and just do the battles over and over and over and over again, that's what kind of sucks the fun out of it. I do think it is entertaining or interesting, but by the same token, I guess, I don't really see what else you could possibly do for them to just make it where the shiny charm is legitimately the only thing that you have to increase your odds of shiny hunting in this game. But also the saving shiny spawn system is very nice, and increasing their catch rate. Their catch rate is increased, I think, by 3 or 4 times. Yeah, I guess that's not entire. The only other thing, realistically speaking, is the fossils, which aren't affected by the shiny charm, but that's the only other alternative shiny hunting method, but it's exclusive to 3 Pokemon. Oh, we got ourselves an Alpha Eevee. Yeah, I'll have to see how it goes. I mean, I've seen a lot of videos of or just posts on different things, YouTube's, Blue Sky, Twitter, whatever. People posting, like, getting the fossils still pretty quickly as well. I think I literally saw a post of somebody that was just trying to get an alpha fossil, and they got a shiny before that even happened, within, like, the first 10 to 20, which, I mean, he just, you know, just got really super lucky, but I don't think it's much of a slog to get through comparatively, especially if you get to the late game and you just buy a bunch of them and then soft reset over the top of it after you restore all of them. Yeah, it's still the normal 1 in 4096. It's just full odds. The only thing that I'm not sure of, because I haven't gone back and done it since I got them the one just for the Pokedex, is if there's like if the animation is really long and tedious. But I can't imagine it is. But yeah, you pretty much just probably get in there, spam the A button, check your box, none of them are shiny, reset your game, do it again. And you can increase that depending on the amount of fossils you want to purchase. Like, I think generally people say that they just go for probably like 10. But I mean, if you wanted to up it to 30 and just sit there and look through 30 of them, if you got the cash to do that, might as well. Yeah, I know some of the I plan on doing that too. It'll be a very small and less constrained video, but I want to do, I think what I'm going to do, since I'm getting Furfrou, like, I started with this hunt particularly because it fits very well into multiple categories of shiny hunting videos that I want to do specifically. In between, you know, between like mega evolving Pokemon and getting all of the Furfrou forms and whatnot. But I want to do probably the first smaller one that I'm gonna focus in on is just shiny hunting all the Pokemon that are making a return to the Switch finally, which is crazy to think about. Not very many of them, but we have with this game, we finally have gotten a Switch title that has every single Pokemon that has been created available. It's not a very extensive list, but Furfrou is one of them. So yeah, I did not have much of an appreciation for it just because I haven't thought about it or been able to shiny hunt it in such a long time. So I've never even really seen the shiny version of most of its forms. Got another Alpha Drampa. Looks like nothing else. Alpha Kangaskhan to start us off. And the only slight difficult part about running through this wild zone is making sure that you don't get too close to the Audino to scare them away, because then you end up down a spawn slot for the 5-ish minutes it takes to refill it. It's gonna be a different battle to see how shiny hunting some of the Pokemon not in wild zones is gonna go. Oh, we got ourselves another Alpha Drampa. Like, I've seen other people doing hunts for Hawlucha. That one looks like it's gonna be potentially pretty long, because it doesn't spawn too terribly often, from my experience at least. And you pretty much just have to run back and forth to despawn it. You know, another crazy thing that I realized with this game, because they added in the feature that took me way too long to realize that they did in the Pokedex, where you just have the Mega Evolution Pokedex, but practically a third of the roster is capable of Mega Evolution currently, which is kind of nuts. Out of the 230 Pokemon, including the original Kalos starters, you have 65 that can Mega Evolve. Which is kind of ridiculous. And then also, I mean, there's some of the ones that aren't in the game currently as well. I don't even know what... I'm sure there are others. Maybe. But the Hoenn starters are the 3 that immediately come to mind. I know that those ones aren't in the game yet. And then however many we get in the DLC as well. Double Alpha Furfrou. It just kind of put that thought into my mind that was like, oh yeah, that's probably a good point as to why they scrapped Mega Evolution for a good chunk of time, is because it's just like, wow, there are a lot of Pokemon that can do this. Have you also heard that apparently Mega Starmie's ability has been revealed? Unlike most of the other new Megas. Just purely based on its stat distribution. I highly doubt it'll happen, but I really hope that it would be insane if I got a shiny Alpha Drampa. Oh yeah, so with for example, I guess the reason that people have found this out is because there aren't abilities in this game, Pokemon such as Mega Mawile or Medicham, for example, that don't have access to the abilities that ultimately made them a lot more viable in previous installments. Instead, what they did is, because normally Mega Evolutions, I guess, add 100 stats to their base stat total, but for those ones they made up the difference by adding 140 points to their base stat total. And the same case is applied to Mega Starmie as well, to its attack stat. Its total BST goes up by 140, so people have come to the conclusion that its ability is what is it, Pure Power, I think. So Yeah, people have made that connection to realize that that's probably gonna be what its ability is when it mega evolves. Oh, I was looking up there. I was too busy talking. I didn't even actually hear the sparkle. That's the second time I've gotten that shiny Fletchling. All right, look at that. Let's go ahead and get this swapped out then. I really need to go back through my shiny sprite file and name these so that I can find them quicker, because currently I just have them numbered and I don't remember what the Pokemon's number is exactly in the dex. There's Fletchling. I haven't managed to stumble into it too terribly frequently, but I definitely have not. I've made it a point to not go out of my way to look for it explicitly because I knew this was probably going to happen, where I would just run into them inevitably. I mean, even my first shiny going through my playthrough was a Pidgey, so one of the more common spawns. I will go ahead and take the liberty of evolving this little fella, since we already have our first Fletchling. I really like the background for the evolution too. The background screen's nice. I do miss having the Pokemon be able to evolve in the overworld. But honestly, it's not like the worst thing ever. I'm curious to know, because I have not actually like had a full-blown discussion with anybody else that has played the game, but do you have any complaints with anything in the game currently? Because I think the main thing I've been seeing online is that some people are complaining about the gameplay being bland, and as far as texture stuff goes, because we always have to have one of those, is the flat PNG windows on the buildings or whatever. And then I also know a lot of people are bringing up like the lawsuit with Pal World or whatever, even though if my understanding is correct that they started development of this game like 2 years before Pal World even launched. But the main thing for me, regardless of any of that, is sure, as much as if you want to complain about any of that stuff and say that it's low effort or whatever, my main point is Gen 10 is right around the corner, and that is probably a majority of where the actual 2-year gap in development time has been. A lot of their attention, I imagine, has been focused more on how that game's gonna play out, and supposedly from the Terra leak, an MMO as well. So I'm sure there's a lot of development priorities that are being pushed towards those much more critical projects. Something is in development, you can't copyright claim stuff that hasn't been released, especially by a developer that has zero idea what you're making. Yeah, I totally agree. Oh, well, there you go. I scared away an Audino. don't really, it's not, I don't fully like condone the lawsuit thing. I think it's kind of ridiculous because at the end of the day, it's my, I have that kind of take with just about everything, or keep doing more and more of this stuff to like make even more money. Like, what's the point? Because yeah, I get that that's one of the common gripes that people are like, oh, they're just being lazy in the developments of their games because they know that people are still gonna buy them anyways. I mean, yeah, that argument is true, but I disagree. I don't really think it's lazy. And even then, some of the things that you want to say lazy is also just being smart and cutting, like, what? Who cares about the windows? Why did the windows being PNGs? What, that you want it to be dedicated, intricate, differently designed windows, and you want to like see people walking back and forth in between? Like, why? That's so much effort for something that nobody's gonna care about. Saw keep being innovated by competitors is what drives creativity, but a stupid lawsuit is lazy. If you're going to copyright sleeping in a bed, you gotta have, yeah. Yeah, the specific gameplay functionality is kind of weird. Yeah, I know, that's my point. I don't understand, like, and I've seen it multiple times. Like, I just started getting them, like, recommended on my feed. So it's like, I want to see what people are complaining about, because I've seen posts of people, like, you know, you know, just messages on, like, Twitter or whatever complaining about it. But I'm like, I want to hear somebody, like, directly say openly with no limit of characters on why they think this is, and it's all just been the most generic, bland. I'm like, you're just doing this for clickbait. You're not a person that plays Pokemon. You don't care. You're just jumping on the hype train to get views. You just want to promote negativity, and that is annoying to me. Like, yeah, who cares about the... It was even the same thing back in Sword and Shield. Who cares about the trees? You are playing a Pokemon game for the Pokemon, not for the environment and the world building and whatever. If they put more effort into making the Pokemon interactive and good to look at and whatnot, then like why do I care about how the walls look or the background? I mean, like, same thing. Like, again, this game, in comparison, you want to talk about the walls. One of the first things that I noticed when I started playing this game was, oh my gosh, look at how diverse they made all of the NPCs. It's not just the generic, same exact sprite over and over and over again. Sure, a lot of them use the same, like, model, but they bothered to make every NPC have a different hair color, slightly different clothing style depending on how they look. And, you know, they have a different eye colors, different skin colors. Like, at least they bothered to make multiple different assets to make it a little bit more, like, actually feel like these are real people and not you running into a clone of the same person every other corner. Yeah, I like to look at the positive side of things, generally speaking, most of the time anyways. With all the negativity that's in pretty much anything that you can find in any form of media nowadays, it's like the only reason that people focus on negativity is just for views, essentially. At this point, it's literally just to make money. Yeah, I totally get you. I understand. It's definitely not worth, like, especially to that end too. Whenever people go and like type stuff like that on Twitter or whatever, it's like you can't fully express what it is. So even more to that point, you're just trying to be provocative and cause an argument whenever nobody can fully convey a message through text chat. It's way too in-depth of a conversation to have in that manner. But yeah, I think for the majority sake, this game is great. It has a lot to offer. It's unique. It's different. It's fun. It's entertaining. And anything negative that anybody wants to point at, I'd redirect that and say, wait until the Gen 10 games come out. And then at that point, if those games have a lot of actual issues, then I will concede and I will say, okay, the games are bad. Granted, got it. Highly doubt that will be the case, though. Because I feel like a lot of stuff in this game is a very good step in a positive direction for the franchise as a whole. Alpha Eevee. I have yet to find a shiny alpha Pokemon that I'm actively hunting for. I had to rephrase that because I did find the shiny alpha Litleo. Wow, the same alpha Eevee in the same spot. But yeah, the alpha Litleo in Wild Zone 3 is, I feel like, pretty much a given for anybody that has found that they can just do the running up and down the stairs thing. Alright, looks like we're gonna have another ad break in about 30 seconds. I will probably take a quick pause and use that to refill my water bottle. When that happens. All right. Water break time. Okay. Alright, I'm curious to see if I'll end up getting all of the Furfrou forms before I end up getting the Drampa to shine. Ah, no Drampa anymore. 'Cause even if I don't, I'll probably be shiny hunting. I might give it a break and go somewhere else for a bit, but I'll definitely be shiny hunting in Wild Area 19 for a little bit longer, at least until I finish that. But hunting all of the evolutions is going to be a task as well, for sure. It is kind of funny to think about the fact that the most time-consuming shiny hunts are most likely just going to be the Pokemon that's just like, oh, it has one spawn point and that's it. That's the reason why it takes so long. I will also say, I'm not entirely certain what the rate is for Furfrou's gender ratio, but out of the 7 that I have, I only have 1 female and the rest of them have all been male. So I don't really know what's been going on with that. I would certainly like to get at least a few more shiny females if I can have a say in the matter. That would be preferable. Have a nice diversity between them all, instead of having pretty much all of them be relegated to being male. I'm curious to know how off my count is exactly with this shiny hunt, because I feel like I've forgotten to up the counter several times. And then in doing so, I've gone back and tried to correct that to what I think is how it has been. So I'm sure I'm off by just a little bit. Yeah, even it's even more different whenever I'm actively streaming while doing this too, because I'm trying to pay attention to the chat as well. So it's one more thing to just make sure that I'm doing. And honestly, it's mostly just because it's just the repetitive button pressing sequence. It's just short enough where I have to do it pretty consistently, but also just long enough in between for me to be like, oh yeah, I pressed the button, even though I didn't. Alrighty, sounds good. Hope you have a great day at work. Hope you get some good rest as well. Prior to that. Yeah, just like right now, I didn't add to the counter this time right here. Looking forward to the prospect of getting back into the workforce myself. It'll be an adjustment after being out for the last 4 to 5 months. Not quite sure exactly when that's going to start back up just yet, but sometime in the coming weeks. Should be hearing back on start date, hopefully. Definitely be an interesting process getting started, moving right into the holiday season, but beggars can't be choosers. Take what I can get. Time to reset the time already. I'm hoping that I can cut out the middleman too in this time resetting and get at least one of those Patrat to shine as well. As one of the other returning to the Switch Pokemon. Managed to luck out and get the Trubbish that spawns in between them instead. Okie dokie. Once I wrap up stream today too, I'm gonna need to think of nicknames for each of my shiny Furfrou. I have yet to do that. I'm not sure if I want to just name them all something random or if I want to try to find a kind of theme for their naming scheme. I'm like the worst at thinking of nicknames for Pokemon, and I like to nickname all of my shinies, but sometimes it's a little bit more difficult. I get too focused on hunting for it and not anticipating when I actually find it what I'm going to name it. Do alrighty. Golly, nose got real itchy there. don't know if I upped the count or not. I'm gonna do it. Okay. I hear an Alpha Eevee. There it is. We're nearing an hour for hunting on stream. So far, nothing in the wild zone. Just the little fletchling so far. Okie dokie. Almost kind of surprised at this point. I thought I would have ran into another Kangaskhan by now or something. Feels like they go kind of back and forth with Furfrou for having majority of the spawns in here. But I guess realistically Furfrou probably does spawn more frequently than Kangaskhan. Whether or not that is actively the case, I do have significantly more shiny Furfrou than Kangaskhan, so more than likely that's kind of how the math lines up. Honestly, it took kind of a long time for Audino to show up as well. Found the Eevee before I found the Audino. I don't know, I guess there could be an argument that could be made depending on how the spawns want to shift, because Eevee, I think, guarantees spawning every single time, whereas Audino doesn't, but when it does, it usually is taking up at least 2 spawn slots. I don't think I've seen an Audino singled out by itself. I don't know, it's just generally kind of how the concept of luck works in its entirety though, isn't it? Whatever happens, happens. Oh, goodness. Alrighty, what do we got? Who's next? How many phases will it be for Drampa? Alpha Kangaskhan is so frightening to see sometimes. Those ones that are out in the open, probably not as much, but I think the scariest ones are whenever they spawn like in the back and you come up to the wild zone and all you see is just its head sticking out from over the bushes. I feel like I missed upping the counter once again. It is what it is, no big deal. Rough estimation, at least I'm trying to keep track of how many encounters it is. Yeah, there you go. See, there you just see that sticking out. It's kind of terrifying. I've noted before, I do also like that the baby has the alpha eyes as well on Alpha Kangaskhan. I was thinking to myself the other day, I couldn't remember if there were any in Legends Arceus that did the same thing, but I'm pretty sure Combee does the same. Where all of its eyes will glow red like that on each one of its heads. But I can't think if there's any others. What other Pokemon have multiple faces? I guess at this point in either of those games, but mainly in Legends Arceus, to have done that beforehand. I mean, I guess I've never seen one, but like Magneton, probably, if you manage to get an Alpha Magneton to spawn in the wild somehow. Trying to think, just even in general, what are the other Pokemon that have multiple heads that are in any of those games? Any of those games, in that game or this one? I can't think of any. I don't think there are. I think that might be the two, Kangaskhan and Combee. One for each. Yeah, I can't think of any. Trying to think in general of the other Pokemon that would have multiple heads to begin with, but the only other ones that are coming to mind are Zweilous and Hydreigon, and Doduo and Dodrio, both of which are not present. So I don't think there's anything else. Don't think so. It would be more noticeable if the Patrat's fur was darker. Do a double take for that Patrat that's in the back every time. I think it would definitely be way more noticeable though if that was the case. I wouldn't mind getting at least one shiny alpha out of this hunt. I guess I would probably also just rather prefer just getting the Drampa. Because then that means I can come back and continue the hunt to finish out getting all the Furfrou forms, and I don't have to be worried about the time of day. I can even do it in the nighttime with the chance of getting Cleffa or Clefairy. Which, I mean, generally I'm going to need to do anyways. I mean, I'm going to need to do all of them, obviously. That's kind of the whole point, but earlier on, there will still be a handful of Pokemon that I will not really need to be as inclined to hunting for directly. Just because I think they're less of a focal point of a specific topic. Scaring away another Autono. RIP, one spawn slot for the next like 5 minutes. Goodness. Excuse me. The Kangaskhan. And an Alpha Audino. And no Drampa. I think I'm roughly getting about maybe 10 to 15 encounters in between each day and night cycle. I feel like I could definitely do better. I don't think I'm being the most efficient with it, but what are you gonna do? Okie dokie. Having a little bit of a drought here, it would seem. Not really, honestly, still. In the grand scheme of things, this is a drop in the bucket compared to most other shiny hunting methods. I mean, what? As far as having the shiny Charmin going for this hunt, I have 15 shinies in the span of maybe 4 hours. Between 4 to 6. So roughly looking at 2 to 3 shinies every hour, give or take. Somewhere in that range. So, I mean, I guess by that token, yeah. A little under currently. The return of Alpha Drampa. And the return of Alpha Kangaskhan. Oh, Alpha Shiny Furfrou! Let's go! And it's a female! Alright, let's go! Let's take a look at her. Look at that. Nice. Alright, well, just like always, we will go to take her to get a haircut before we do the next day and night cycle. Alright, well there's our shiny Alpha. I was wondering when we'd find one, and there you have it. Alright, alright. Very nice. Very good. Very happy with that. Shalfa and another female Furfrou as well. Alright, no Drampa. Let's go ahead and take her over to get a haircut. Alrighty, let's remind ourselves which, and by ourselves I mean me, which cuts I still am in need of. Alright, we're definitely going with this one. There you go, look at her. All right, nice. Big fan of that. Very cool. All right. We're gonna go ahead and set her in here for now. Just so I can continue to keep track. You know what, actually... yeah, I'll fix it up a little bit later. You know what, let's go ahead and walk back as well. Why not? While we're at it. Give everything else a little bit of a chance to... oh yeah, I can't walk this way. We'll give some other things a chance to shine if they want to on their way. While I'm walking, I can also... go ahead and change this back over. Let me actually do one other thing real quick. There you go. Look at that. We'll check on Pikachu. Why not? Oh! No way! That's insane. I went ahead and went out of the way to just say, let's check on the Alpha Pikachu. Why wouldn't we? That's crazy. All right then. I really want to try and catch you in a level ball if I can help it. Let's go. That's crazy. All right. Well then. Furfrou was very short-lived. But I am not complaining. That is a wonderful, wonderful shiny to find. All right then. Very nice. All right, let's take just a quick second here then. See where we can put Audino, probably. Audino goes in. Kind of rough whenever I have to do the counting manually. Probably need to go through and just refill out the boxes so that I can just kind of replace them as I go along. Alright, a Furfrou's 158. 57, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is 59, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 49, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 30, 29, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 120, 19, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And this is actually where Eevee goes. And then 99, 98, 97, 96, 95. Audino goes right there. You know what? I'll go ahead and we'll keep the Furfrou in our party as well. Why not? Feel like that's a fun one to hold on to. Keep some of our Shalfas on the team while we continue the hunt. Ay, ay. That was wild. The one time I'm like, ah, you know what, let's just go ahead and walk back, because what I've been doing normally is just flying directly back and then doing it, but it's like, oh yeah, I need to reset, or just going and finding a bench somewhere else. But it's like, oh, I'll walk through and just check and see if we can find any other shinies before we go back to the usual bench. And then even beyond that, I might as well go ahead and just check on the Alpha Pikachu while I'm here. That was certainly something. I'm glad to know that that's actually how the level ball works, too. If you actively, like, actually throw your Pokemon out that's higher level, it does increase the odds of you catching it. Still not quite certain on how the timer ball works exactly, because I did think I tried to use it once and I sat there and waited and let the Pokemon attack like, I don't know, 10 times, and it did not increase the indicator for its catch rate a single bit. So I'm not entirely sure how the timer ball works exactly, unless I was, whatever the Pokemon was, I can't even remember if that one just has like an insanely low catch rate to begin with, or what the deal is there. Not quite sure. Oh boy. The Alpha Kangaskhan over the bushes again. Granted, not quite as scary looking if you're looking at the back of its head as opposed to the front of its face, but you know. Already don't think I would be a fan of dealing with a Kangaskhan in the first place, let alone if it's twice its normal size. Drampa. You're up, bud. We've hit the quota for everything else now that we've gotten an alpha shiny. Now it's your turn. We've even gotten an external alpha shiny to boot, so we've hit the check mark on everything else during this hunt. We've gotten an Eevee, a Furfrou, a Kangaskhan, an Audino. External bonus shinies, and an external alpha shiny, and an internal alpha shiny, so we've crossed everything else off the list. Now it's your turn. Other than, I guess, all of the Furfrou forms, but that's gonna happen whether you shine beforehand or not. Goodness. No, I haven't seen any of the, like, out in the open Pokemon spawning as shinies either. Like, these Patrat and Trubbish and these Fletchling that spawn in here, like, on the lamppost. Are those incapable of spawning as alphas because they're, like, surrounded by a bunch of NPCs? Because there are alphas, obviously, that spawn outside of the wild areas, but generally they're, like, way in, like, the back alleys or on the rooftops. At least from what I've seen. Obviously, there is the possibility that I just have not gotten to the point where any of those types of Pokemon have spawned in as alphas, but I can see from the standpoint of how the game kind of functions with the whole narrative of living in harmony with people and Pokemon, but people still kind of being a little bit, you know, worried about their safety in regards to wild Pokemon being in the city, that, you know, it makes sense that the people would not be as inclined to be okay with an alpha just being in the middle of the street like that, so they probably don't spawn, because if they were there, they'd probably get driven out by people. Or be actively attacking people in the street, I guess, is the other insinuation. Oh, scaring away an Audino again. Gosh darn it. Alpha Audino, Alpha Drampa. Come on, bud. Need you to shiny Drampa. That's what we're looking for here. All right, creeping towards 800. Granted, still, this count might be slightly off, and there is definitely probably between 10 and 20 of these counts that did not even have a Drampa present. So I have to take that with a grain of salt. Like this one. See, there you go. No Drampa. Might even be closer to 30, actually. It might be probably between 20 and 30 at this rate. Or more, I don't know. Definitely did not up the counter this time around, I can tell you that much for certain. Kangaskhan was going for a quick little jog, it looked like. Spawned in immediately, just running. All right. You know, I wouldn't mind an alpha Kangaskhan either. Be interested to see, honestly. I'd imagine almost that at this point it's the alpha mega evolved baby would be probably about the size of an Audino. Already gets pretty big as is when it mega evolves. Do. Alrighty. Son of a gun. Hold on just 1 second. Gosh darn it. Do, 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 do. Alright. Spawn slot's back. Oh. Caught up on a bush there. Alpha Drampa. Oh, I probably should have gone to find a bench, huh? Drampa's probably not even gonna be here. Yep. That is accurate. Ooh. Okay. Alpha Audino is kind of terrifying to listen to sometimes too. Probably the scariest alpha sound in this wild area, at least. Just because I think the other sounds are kind of already meant to be a little bit more potentially intimidating in nature compared to Audino's. So I think whenever you make Audino's sound super duper deep, it just feels a lot more intimidating, I guess. I don't know, for the lack of being able to explain it any better than that. I don't know, I guess it's the nature of the sound in general, because I mean Eevee's doesn't really sound too terribly scary as an alpha. Obviously Eevee's sound is meant to be cute. I don't know, I guess it's just kind of the weird nature of Audino's cry to begin with. Alrighty. Supposedly round number 800. Give or take. how accurate my counting has been. Oh, another shiny Furfrou. Yeah, and it's another female. Let's go. All right, we're getting back into the rhythm, getting some more shiny female Furfrou in here, making up for all the males we've been getting. All right, we're getting closer and closer to finishing up the collection then. Pressure's really on now, Drampa. It's up to you, man. You gonna let me finish the entire Furfrou collection before you decide to shine? Might not get a Drampa on this rotation here. I think we still should. Yeah, alright. Definitely not going to with the time that it's going to take to get the next one to reset, though. Alright. Let's go ahead and get the haircut styles pulled back up for reference. Remember which ones I'm missing. I think all I'm missing is Kabuki and Heart at this point, right? Yeah, because I got the Debutante in my party currently, so Kabuki and Heart trim. Let's go ahead and just get the Heart trim. And then we'll leave the Kabuki one for last. Alright, you know what? Let's do the same thing. Let's just give a quick little run through, see if we can spot anything else along the way. Oopsie daisy. This is the second time I have gone over to my other monitor and accidentally clicked X on something that I didn't mean to. At least that one's an easier fix. I still need to go back after stream probably and get the other thing pulled back up in OBS. And I don't know what's going on. There was one of the elemental monkeys that spawned in this tree a while back that I haven't seen anymore. Did I miss an item back here this whole time? Alright. Okie dokie. Get this pulled back up to... Oops. to Furfrou, and then not an alpha this time. Ah, yes, and I do need to up the other counts as well while I'm at it, huh? Oh, I'm stupid. It's nighttime. Dum-dum. Jump the gun. I don't even know how or when Cleffa actually spawns in this wild zone. I've only seen the Clefairy. I haven't been in it too terribly frequently during the nighttime though, all things considered. Alright, I will go ahead and add that to the counter regardless, just for the sake of it. Alright, we got the same Alpha Kangaskhan out the gate though. And an Alpha Drampa. Start off this cycle. That's gotta be a tiny odd no for sure. I feel like they've made the variation of sizes a lot less noticeable in the grand scheme of things, which I don't mind. Oh, the triple alpha. 2 Kangaskhan and a Furfrou. Goodness me. Okie dokie. Up the counter there. do. Bum, bum, ba-da-dum, bum. Oh, ran out of time for Drampa. The feeling this is probably gonna take over 1,000 encounters. More than likely. That's okay. Okay. Yeah, don't want to scare off the odd no. Don't want to lose a spawn slot. If I can help it. That would be not so great. Alright, Drampa, we are getting down to the wire though. At this point, all I need left out of here is you and one more Furfrou and Eevee. And Eevee is just as likely as you are, and we already have one of those, so I think it's high time it's your turn, buddy. What do you say? Ooh, you know what? Dratini's probably gonna be a tricky one as well, but I'm gonna have to do that one 3 times. in total. I'll probably just start off with once and then go for something else depending on how long it takes. And the ones that aren't guaranteed spawns, those are going to be a challenge as well. Gible is going to be a dicey one. And that one's going to need to be 3 times. And I'm pretty sure that's it, right? Gible's only, yeah, Garchomp doesn't spawn here. I don't really know if it spawns anywhere. I think it might just be Gible all on its lonesome. That's going to be a bit of a toughie as well. Ugh. We got one more Drampa before we need to go reset again. Indeed we do. All right. Alrighty. Come on, Drampa, you can do it. You can shine, put your back into it. Oh, hello, Alpha Eevee. There you are. Honestly, I still think it is quite impressive, especially with the, I mean, obviously, moreover with the Switch 2 than anything, but being able to do all of this background processing power and loading all of that information in this quickly is no simple task. Obviously, it's made easier by not needing to deal with additional factors like abilities and whatnot, the more simplistic nature of the game in that manner. But I mean, you're still gonna have determining, you know, stat totals, natures, shininess, move set, which Pokemon it is in the first place. Level, gender. A lot of different variables that get added into the equation. Okay, let's see. Work on seeing if I can get this sorted out again. Alright, still can't figure that out. Still gonna take longer. More in-depth searching on how to fix this issue later on, but whatever. Up the counter, up the counter. Don't forget to do that. Got enough time for one more, right? Enough space. Maybe one more. I don't know. There's really no point in bothering to risk it, honestly. Such a weird stipulation, though. Like, why does Drampa only spawn during the early morning? Very strange. Very strange indeed. Oy. Do do do. Oh, whoops. I already upped the count for this one. To start off. My bad. Do. Come on now, Drampa. Come on, buddy. I need you to help me out here. I believe in you, Drampa. I believe that you can shine. I believe that you can be yellow. Excuse me. Alpha Drampa. Do. Come on, Drimpa, my boy. Figured I'd just double check and make 100% certain because I haven't seen the Eevee in a minute. Keep hearing it from over there. Just wanted to be certain that it was not a shiny, that it was stuck in place. Forget that scares away one of them. Oh! What do we got? I don't even know what it is, but something sparkly. There's something up here. Not Badoo. It's not Vivillon. Huh. Patrat there. It's not that. Shiny Patrat. All right. Let's go. All right. Need to get to a spot where you won't get startled by me. If you don't mind, little lady. I'll just do an Ultra Ball. Why not? There we go. I don't know how that first one didn't hit, but alright. Shiny Patrat. Good. I was hoping for one of those. We do need that as well. One of our returns to the Nintendo Switch. Welcome to the Switch console, Patrat. You're not much of a shiny, but the blue eyes are very nice. I am a big fan of shiny Patrat for that reason. And I just got done accidentally scaring away one of you over there, and I was like, oh man, I'm ruining my chances of finding a shiny Patrat for a while. And then lo and behold, there was one elsewhere. So that is good news. Alright, unfortunately that means I will probably be boxing our extra Kangaskhan here. Along with our other extra shinies. All right, there we go. Little Patrat friend. I was just gonna say, let's go just run around and take a break from Drampa for a minute and see if we can find anything else. And I didn't even have to go very far. I didn't even really have to move. Let's see, where is Patrat? Very early in the roster for the Gen 5 Pokemon, if I can find it. There we go. Number 504. Alright, for the heck of it, why not? Let's just do a little bit of reconnaissance elsewhere for the evening until daybreak hits on its own. Let's just run around on our own and see if we can find anything else by just exploring the city. Yeah, sure, you can give me the Ultra Ball that I dropped back, I don't care. How is there... Okay, I'm confused, actually, at this point. I'm pretty sure... I was fairly certain that the standard Pokeball items were like a one-time spawn. Like, you pick it up and then it's gone forever. But I feel like there's almost no way that I didn't pick that item up at some point, that I would have missed that. Feels highly unlikely, but maybe I'm just stupid and I did just straight up miss that at some point. This is the place to be during the evening. I would like to find myself a shiny Honedge at some point. I believe they only spawn at nighttime, if I'm not mistaken, as a rare spawn. Not a guaranteed one. There is a Honedge, just not a shiny one. Just doing some good old blind running around. Dawn is approaching. I have not been alerted to that in quite some time. Yeah, I haven't really done a lot of exploring around of my own in this area, all things considered. Alpha Malamar. No starters this time around. Oh, never mind. There's a Chikorita. know how good this is necessarily. I don't feel like you get a whole lot of spawns that you get to see. But I believe this wild area is big enough for you to just run around in a circle and spawn in different Pokemon as you go around. I don't know how good of a view it gives you for the alphas in the center though, because I only saw one Hawlucha, but yeah, I haven't seen anything even pop in. There we go, there's a Gengar and a Simisear. Yeah, on the outskirts you don't seem to really get that too well. Alpha Garbodor and daytime. Hey, we got the Patrat, I guess. That's a little bit of a reprieve. Now it's time to get back to what we have been doing. Search for Drampa continues. What does that make for now? What? It's been about 2.5 hours. We're looking at... What did I start off with before starting stream? 5, so about 5 shinies in 2.5 hours. It's honestly not too shabby. That's what? Per half hour... Per half hour, you're looking at 1, 2, yeah, so that's 4, 5, yeah, so that's 1 every half hour. I don't know why I was struggling to do that very minimal math in my head, but that is the case. I definitely did not up my counter at least once there. Pretty sure it was twice actually. We left at 8:55. So yeah, I mean, not we're definitely not looking at like Scarlet and Violet levels of, if you're actively shiny hunting, that is. I mean, yeah, if you do the AFK stuff, it's probably pretty insane comparatively, but by that same token, you're not really able to necessarily AFK shiny hunt in any other game without some much more advanced programmed system that's meant to, you know, look for a shiny and spot it and whatnot, and then stop doing whatever other commands you've told it to do. Now, you don't even have to be bothered with that. You can just program something to tell your Switch to keep flying to a zone over and over and over and over again, and then just come back and take a look at it in a couple hours. I think I just skipped doing a count again. Alpha Eevee. Alright, well, we are also officially at 19 phases for Wild Zone 19. Grandpa? That mean anything to you? Oh, shoot. I need to stinking pay attention, man. I was doing so well, and now I've scared off that spawn slot Audino 3 times today. I get too hard locked into doing the exact same route over and over and over again. I guess that was a good indicator of the shiny sparkle range though as well, because I had no clue remotely where that Patrat was even at. But the game let me know that it was there. At least for the initial sparkle. It's very interesting because I feel like I've had that happen multiple times, right? Where like the initial sparkle is like, hey, there's a shiny, and you're like, whoa, where is it? Where is it? You can't see it immediately. And then even when you get eyes on it from a distance, it doesn't do it again until you get very close, and then it reinitiates the sparkle sound. So it's kind of like a weird blend of like having the sound effect to let you know that, yeah, there's a shiny in the area, but you still need to have the ability to determine that it's a shiny by looking at it. I mean, obviously you can just walk up to every single Pokemon and until you get close enough to the one that it actually is if you don't know for sure, which is good, but I think it's a nice blend of the two iterations, because honestly I didn't mind shiny hunting in Scarlet and Violet or in Legends Arceus. I think having the sound and not having the sound either way is pretty decent. I don't mind one way or the other. I enjoy the challenge and needing to have the knowledge and the ability to spot a shiny in Scarlet and Violet. Regardless of all else though, having the save spawn slots is definitely the largest improvement overall. Definitely a big win for shiny hunting in that regard. Playing into the autosave feature is actually quite nice. I enjoy not having to be stressed out by, and the catch rate obviously is honestly even bigger of an improvement for sure. Not needing to be as stressed about, oh, I have to save before I even attempt to catch this shiny, and if I don't and I mess up or it runs away or something, I'm just completely out of luck. Now I feel like an idiot. And by that same token, if you're quick enough to it and you don't do anything else, if a shiny does run away because it's a skittish Pokemon, the autosave has your back there too, from what I've seen. I haven't seen anybody as of yet actively, actually, fully fail a shiny. So I think typically most Pokemon that are spawned, that are designed to be skittish in nature and run away, pretty much already have a pretty high catch rate to begin with. So with the increase from it being shiny, I feel like it's impossible for you to not catch it. The only way that I think you could is if you somehow like KO the Pokemon and then attempt to catch it with just like a standard Pokeball or something. But even then, I haven't seen that happen. Do. Yeah, I knew I was pushing it with that one. Okay. Alpha Eevee. Come on, Drampa. You can do it, bud. Another Alpha Eevee. I don't know, I'm still interested actually, because now I'm thinking back to like the Furfrou that have been like a little bit farther away, and those don't like sparkle immediately, but I don't know, I feel like that Patrat must be, I'm curious to know if that's something else in the system that knows that a shiny spawned in, but that it is not in your direct, like, potential line of sight. Or if from where I was standing it was actually just in a much closer proximity than I was led to believe. Food for thought. Because I don't even know if that's something that like data miners can go in and exactly figure out like how that is programmed to a T. I mean, I'm sure if you know what you're looking for, you can understand it a lot better than a peon such as I. Or if it's just coincidence that that happened the way that it did, I don't know. My B button is acting up again. It was doing this yesterday. It's been fine all day up until just now. We gotten an alpha Audino like 3 times in a row now. Like that same spot. I don't know if I got some... There has to be something that's like in my B button. I might need to see if I can try to clean it out or something. I don't know why it keeps stopping me from running. Very strange. Can I get one more, or is that pushing it too much? Yeah, let's just play it safe. Let's see, where was that? It was here, right? So that alley doesn't even, those only spawn at nighttime. That is the alleyway, right? It's just right around the corner there. What did I do? I went up here. Yeah, I looked at these. It's just in here. Oh no, that is up. That is right above. So yeah, it's not where I would have been able to. So yeah, it's not that far away. That's why it was in fairly close proximity. But still, even more definitive proof that it does change the spawns. And I don't know, who knows? Maybe it's just the Patrat's been shiny for a while and it just walked closer into range to make the sound. No telling. I did also walk to the side over here a bit though, huh? So I would have been even closer to it in general. Alright, let's aim for about 1,000 and then maybe we can take another detour. Whew, excuse me. Or like 1,000. What is it? 1,000. Is it 28 or 48 for the odds? I think it's 48. We can maybe aim for that since that's the shiny charm odds, and then maybe take a detour from there or something. I don't know. We'll see what the Pokemon in here have to say about that. But that we'll do a detour. Oh, well. Hello, Kangaskhan. The same one as always. This one right here in the front. Alrighty then. Well, there you have it. Another Kangaskhan. Kangaskhan number 3. And it has been that one that spawns right at the front door every single time. I was gonna say, if we get all the way up to that 1048 without a shiny in here, then we can take a detour, and then there you go, right in the middle of that. Shiny Kangaskhan. Do. Muted. Haha. Stayed over the line too long again. Okie dokie. Sure does feel like it takes a while for the spawn slots to reappear though, doesn't it? All right, number 900 in total. Ooh. Oh, look at that. It reappeared in real time. I think that's the first time I've actually seen that happen. The spawn slot got refilled, like, immediately in front of me. Okay. Alpha Eevee. Haven't seen an Alpha Drampa in a while. Whoopsie daisy. Oh, no Drampa at all. I'm not paying attention to the time. Okay. Do. Nope. Scare away and on. No, don't do that. Da-da-da-da. get a pretty good glimpse fairly early on that there's not a shiny Drampa. Maybe I should just start trying to maximize that at this point. Just maximize the check on Drampa if I can. Well, no, I can't because usually the Kangaskhan right at the front door wants to get aggressive and then I can't fly again until I get out. And I unfortunately do have to get a little ways away in. I guess I can do that. Whatever. I'll just if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We get to get a glimpse at every other spawn that's in the area each time to get an accurate count. Just keep doing what we've been doing. It'd be easier to do that if the flying put me on the other side, but it doesn't, so it is what it is. If it put me right here, I wouldn't even have to go in if I was actively just looking for Drampa and I didn't want to relinquish any time towards looking for the others. Wasn't paying attention to the time again. There might not even be a Drampa here. Oh, there is. Alright. Ah. Da-na-na. Oops, I don't want to do that. Gotta kill time again. Killing time, killing time. Ah. B button's being weird. Stop doing that. I didn't even get an alert for the ad break this time. What the heck? Alpha Eevee. All right. Do 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 do. Don't mind me, pardon me, come through. What up? How's it going? Just passing through. No shiny Drampa. Moving on. Alpha Eevee once again. Somewhere. I know, that might have just been... No, that was just the Alpha Unknown ones. I don't know what I'm saying. It is kind of crazy to think about how much different pieces of music they made only for them to just cycle through, because you run in here, the music for the Wild Zone starts playing, you encounter a Pokemon almost immediately, so then it starts playing different music. Then you encounter an Alpha Pokemon, so it plays an even different piece of music. Am I stupid? Am I just now realizing that this is... It's the same... It's the same song, it just picks up intensity depending on the level. Whether it's normal, it's nice and calm, you get into a battle, it picks up. And if it's an alpha, it's even more intense. And then when you step out of the wild zone, then the music changes again, back to normal city music. Okay. What is the Kangaskhan at, like, what, 890? I don't know, let's try and see if I can count real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and Eevee. So about 13 spawns. So yeah, I mean, even if you just wanted to relinquish it down to 10, you should be getting a shiny roughly every 100 cycles. definitely the last one here. I'm paying attention to the time once again. Far too late. It's just so weird because like I get into such a rhythm only for the rhythm to be interrupted because of how short the time frame is for you to actually do the loops. It's just very bizarre and hard to adapt to. Nope. Nope, nope. No flying. Wow. Definitely not gonna have this theme stuck in my head. Also slightly losing my mind because I swear my phone keeps buzzing at me even though nothing's happening on it. Oh, do, 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 do. do. Nope. Nice try, brain. Break the cycle just a slight bit. I gotta try to break the cycle a little bit again, so let's just do some external movement. That's a shiny Fletchling. I can tell you that much for certain. It's even then, I don't know, like, it hopped around, but it didn't really move any closer to me, so why did it sparkle then? Alright, well there you go. Fletchling family is finished. It's strange to see the spots that I still have not checked somehow in this game. Alpha Flabebe and Dratini over there, Alpha Flabebe over here. Course, yet another space that I apparently have not been to somehow. Despite the fact that I know for certain that I have done battles here like a million times. That's probably why, though. It's not like this corner is the most blatantly obvious thing to do. Alright, let's go ahead and evolve this guy once again. So that we can get ourselves a Talonflame. Pretty sure it's level 36, right? Finish out the Fletchling line. I know that obviously the alpha. I'm curious to know what the entire pool for the alpha spawns underneath there are. Seems to be fairly diverse, but again, I haven't really ran through this area too much to be totally caught up to speed with it. I guess this is realistically kind of the only strat to get starters anyways, huh? Is to just kind of run around until you know. I mean, unless you know which starter you need specifically, but in my case, I kind of need all of them, so. Oh, shiny Garbodor! Let's go. Not a very good catch rate, but you would definitely look good in a net ball. All right, nice. Big fan of that. We did get an alpha spawn to actually trigger. I don't feel like there's only that one spot where I get them to actually show up if I'm on the outer ring like this. Totodile in the water again, at least. Electros and Pinsir. Yeah, I don't need to make a habit of doing this too terribly much, though. I want to try to keep my shiny hunting endeavors a little consistent and not sporadically all over the place. Yeah, I never really bothered to think about actually how different Trubbish and Garbodor's shinies are, though. They're kind of pretty significant change comparatively. Just interesting. There's a Bulbasaur. Ooh, Alpha Garchomp. I don't know. It's gonna be kind of difficult to tell. without getting too close. We'll fly on back over. Well, off to a great start already, getting rid of a spawn slot. Using up shiny luck on other things instead of the Drampa that we're looking for in the first place. But you know, as I always like to say, a shiny is a shiny, so I'm not gonna complain about finding it. For all I know, I could have used all of that time to be over here and found nothing like I have been doing, so I did what I did and I was rewarded for it. No way of knowing if the same would have happened if I decided to just reset back to the daytime and come over here. Should probably get to putting... Well, I'll do that. I'll do that afterwards. I don't want to waste any of my daylight time now that I am back over here. If I catch another shiny, it'll get thrown into the box at random. Not a big deal. Why is this thing not alerting me of the breaks anymore? Okay. We're getting almost to 1,000. Granted, still not exactly 1,000 Drampa, because a good few of these have been without a Drampa present because I have not been paying attention to the time. Alright, let's see. You guys both fall in right after these two. So we'll put you there. And Pikachu is pretty close after you, and then Patrat. It's probably, I would imagine, further up. Yeah, number 27. So, right after Ampharos. But for now, I think we can keep her in the party. I'm an idiot. I did all that and then didn't even sit on the bench. Super genius mode right here. Very smart, I am, yes. Yes, very intelligent. Paying the great deal of attention, for sure. Probably think I'll get to 1,050-ish or so, and then maybe might... I don't know. We'll see. I'll probably call stream there. We'll get to 1050 to round it out nice and even. Or close to that, because obviously I'm not entirely in control of when the time frame stops, but honestly, by then it should be at give or take 1,000 Drampa scene. I'm sure I've messed this up to where there hasn't been a Drampa spawn actually present upward of 50 times. So it's definitely possible. Ah, man. Wish my B button would stop doing that. Yeah, probably not a bad idea to take a break anyways. Get my OBS situated again. See if I can figure out how I can clean out my B button so that it'll stop jamming up randomly. Then I'll probably work on getting started on documenting the shiny hunting adventures for YouTube and TikTok. And probably will also continue the search a little bit. Might actually go back to Wild Area 3 and see if I can clean house there, get the Pokemon that I'm missing from there so that we can justify not returning. At the bare minimum, at least, like, I don't know. You can find Flabébé and Esper for sure in other places. Pikachu, you obviously can too, but not quite as frequently. But I don't know. I think it's fine. I probably won't, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Because, yeah, I've already gotten a Pikachu and now the entire Fletchling line. I got all Litleo's line, I got Pancham's line, I got Skidoo's line. So that literally just leaves Pikachu and Flabébé, and Esper, but Esper and Meowstic itself have a better spot to find them in. So it's not worth it for that. Flabébé spawns in all kinds of different spots. And I already have an Alpha Pikachu, so the only thing that's worth is getting one more Pikachu, which I could also potentially find elsewhere. Because honestly, if it comes down to it, I'm probably planning to see if I can find another Pikachu, and then I will evolve the Alpha into Raichu. Since we know for a fact that Raichu will have Mega Evolutions. Also, hip hip hooray, I did another check, not paying attention to the time. And I'm pretty sure I didn't count it. Okay. Check. Maybe not 1,000. Wow. Didn't anticipate that it would have anything happen anyways. Alrighty. Bum bum ba-dum ba-da-dum bum bum bum. Excuse me. I got something stuck in my eye, man. Yeesh. Okay, hold on. I must have something on my lens or something. Irritating my eye. Alright. Seems to be better. I hope. I think that is a small and large Kangaskhan there, respectively. Do a couple more before we gotta go hit the bench. Might be able to get to 10-10. I think we should be able to be good on 10-10. I don't think we can do 10-11 though, that might be pushing it. Alright, Drampa. No, we might, I think we could be good for 10-11. I think we're good on that. Then after that, then we definitely need to go to the bench. All right. Time to hit the bench. Wait, that's a shiny Patrat. Yes, it is. All right, there you go. Now all we need is one more Furfrou form and all of the elemental monkeys, which we will be getting to soon. All right, let's go ahead and evolve this guy up so we can have our Watchog. There it is. Wow, I would have caught it in a different Pokeball. I forgot how vibrant Shiny Watchog is. That is just all the more reason as to why it was so imperative for us to get these Pokemon back on the Switch. That properly. Back to Patrat. Actually, let's get a good look at it first, actually. Yeah, wow, that is crazy different. These shinies are actually amazing, by the way. I just like how vibrant and different it is. I'm sure a lot of people probably would disagree and probably don't like how weird the color palette is, but I kind of like it. I just like the colors in general. They might be a little much and clash with each other to an extent, but I think I like it. I think it's cool. I'm gonna go ahead and actually just go ahead and do that. We'll get the families all situated together. Alright, one more Furfrou form and then it'll be the elemental monkeys, and then we will have collected all of the Pokemon that returned to the Switch in their shiny forms. That is of course going to be what we're going to go for next after we get Drampa, and preferably the last Furfrou form, but that I almost guarantee will happen on its own regardless. Oh, that's actually, I wasn't even paying attention. That is the first shiny Alpha Drampa we've had in quite some time. I don't think I did. I don't think I bumped up the counts for the other things, did I? I don't think I bumped up the total shiny count and the phase count. Guess we had an Alpha Eevee that I didn't see. All right. Alpha Kangaskhan returns. And Alpha Kangaskhan remains. Okay, went away and then came back. Do, 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 do. And then she migrated. Okay. I think we can get one more in. Yeah. Pretty, I don't know what, because it's not like exactly a quarter, I don't think. Actually, I guess it is. It's just because it's weirdly offset at the top. So it is perfectly just the first quarter of the day. Alright, so this will probably take 2 more rounds, and then probably gonna wrap up stream for today. Alrighty. Alright, well I already scared that one off. There was kind of no win in there, I guess. Just ought to know we're the perfect storm to make it practically impossible to not scare off one of them. Okay. All right. Do 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 do. Bum, bum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Bum, ba, ba-da-da-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. All right. Alrighty, so we're gonna probably do however long we can for this day cycle, and then I'm gonna wrap up the stream end of things, at least for today. Okay. Yeah, I don't know exactly what we'll get to, but it will be definitely over 1050. Just from the way things operate with this. Good me. Yeah. I don't know why I skipped that on the nest part. I was saying goodness me and I just took out Ness. Do not care for the protagonist of Mother, apparently. Earthbound, whatever you want to call it. And that one technically Mother 3, I don't know. I don't know anything about it. I don't know too terribly much. I mean, very little. Well, it'll be over 1050, but I don't think we'll make it to 1060. Maybe we can make it to 1055. Might be pushing it, but we might be able to make it to 1055. This Trampa would like to do me the favor of shining before then. Making it to 1055. I think we're stopping it right here at 1053. No. We can get 1054 in at least. Okay. No, I had it right. I think we can get to 1055. The rolling tech did, in fact, buy us a little bit of time. Oh, alright. I guess I was wrong. 10:54 it was, but it is what it is. Still ending at 10:55, even though we didn't have a Drampa encounter for that last one. Alrighty, well, I'm probably gonna end stream for today there. Thank you for tuning in, those of you who did. I'll probably be live again tomorrow. Not sure exactly what time, but probably around the same-ish time. 11, 10:30, somewhere in that realm. But yeah, thank you so much for watching. And I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.